Radio check, radio check, radio check. Radio check, radio check, radio check. Oh yeah, we working. Still dark out here, but we're getting a little early start. I want to be kind of running fish some top water. Right now I'm just kind of working off the point, just doing a little jerk bait and just seeing if anything's roaming around. Today is probably going to be a soft plastic day. I'm gonna do some hogging. See if I can still catch a fish on a brush hog on Chickamauga Lake. Looks like we're gonna have some overcast. We had a pretty good bit of rain last night. Oh, we got some grass coming up back there, it looks like. Just getting it started early before you can even see me. Whoever's watching, thanks for watching. Not much to see right now. It's a little bit dark. Sun's coming up slowly. I can see a little bit of daylight out there, but it's not translating to the screen just yet. Meantime, I'm just kind of fishing off this little point with a jerk bait. I think I'm gonna start over here. I'm gonna cross over this other side and kind of, well, got a fish on. Oh, I had one. What I had? Oh, I thought it was a fish. It was just some grass. Looks like a little bit of ooh, got a little milfoil down there. Okay. Before I leave here, I'm gonna put my brush hog on. Today I have pretty much decided I'm gonna try a little top water, a little jerk bait, and the dreaded brush hog. And I got some little prototype baits I might bust out and give a shot as well. Had a lot of rain last night. I doubt it did anything to the water right in here, but here we go. We got some grass down there, working through it. We'll back up just a touch because I think I might be in a little close. As long as I'm feeling some grass, I'm happy. But I'll do a little worm fishing in the grass. Maybe see if we can get something here in just a second. When it gets to where I can see and I got some depth perception, I'm gonna cross over and I'm gonna try some top water a little bit, maybe. I like the top water. It's kind of, this is a place that's caught some, where I've caught some big bass in the past. Actually, all over the place I've caught big bass in here, but this is a place in particular. Several years ago, we had some good grass in here, and I was able to come in and just load up on some big ones. Had a couple of times where I doubled up on fish that were over 5 pounds, which is not a huge thing for Chickamauga, but seems like it might be a little bit more special than it would have been back then to do it now. But I don't have a whole lot of good luck when it's this time of early in the morning. I've never ever been good at night fishing. That's one thing where I just haven't had good luck, so I just waited till the sun was going. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit better viz now. But just working some of these grass lines. This is probably gonna be what I'm gonna do today. Hopefully I get to jack a few jaws and rip some lips and all that good stuff. And maybe we'll get a good one. I think I got a fish on right now. Yep. Oh, tiny. But it's a start. That's not what you expect. Oh, slipped back in. Wasn't much to see. He was about 10 inches long. I think I'm gonna have to change my screw lock out on this because that one, it is a start. I usually use a real fat screw lock and I couldn't find any the other day, and I used a little small one and it kind of tried to pull out of my bait. But you know, that's how it goes. We got our first one off. Got our first fish of the morning. So no skunk. My buddy down in Florida, he's gonna fish Lake Monroe today. He said he wants to have a tournament, so I got my tournament winning baits on here. If he gets up and gets out of bed. He's bad about not getting out of bed to go fishing. Me, I'm up. I make a decision the night before and I'm up whenever the alarm goes off. when it comes to that. I don't feel anything right there. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, there's some grass a little further out here. It might be just a touch close. I'm just using a little brush hog. I've got I'm using a 5/16 ounce weight. This is actually it's a full size brush hog. It's not a little brush hog. And 5/16 ounce weight, big 5/0 extra wide gap hook with a screw. Looks like a swim bait hook with a screw lock. And 20-pound line. That's my setup. Mag heavy rod. Fishing this heavy grass and stuff, you gotta be able to get them out and kind of keep control of them, and that's what you need. Since I quit tournament fishing, I've been trying to go to a little bit lighter tackle. In general, I use a lot more medium stuff. Typically, there's a couple of baits that I still use heavier rods for. I've got a heavy action fiberglass rod that I use for my spinnerbait that it's got a good bend in it, but it also it's just a good, for me, it's a good feel for that particular bait. And then I use fiberglass rods for my crankbaits most of the time, unless I'm fishing in grass, and then I'll use a graphite rod where I can rip it out of the grass. This is kind of a slow way to fish, you know. You just out here bouncing that thing along the bottom along these grass lines and just seeing if you can run into one every now and then. A lot of times I'll give it some hard pops if it kind of gets a little bit, might have a little bit higher grass right there. If you get a little bit bogged down in some stuff, just give it some hard pops and they'll come free and shoot up, and a lot of times that's when they get it. All right, we're gonna shoot over here, and then we may do a little top walk. I'm gonna fish a little grass line over here for a few minutes, and then we'll move in. See if I can find some top wheezy fish, like that top water. But we got one on the board, so there we go. I think I only have 3 or 4 of these brush hogs with me, so I may have to get the lighter out and glue some of them together. This is oh yeah, we got some grass growing up in here. I may have to, we'll bust the top water out when I get done fishing the edge. Let's see. I don't know how far it's growing out, so I'm just gonna kind of probe. Haven't done any pre-scanning or anything like that to see where the grass line is. I'm out here I'm not fishing blind because I know where it grows, but I don't have a real good idea where the high spots are and stuff like that. I had a couple of months ago, I had some issues with my fish finders, and I'm fishing some backup fish finders right now, and they're not networking right, so I got no sonar on the front of the boat. I'm just straight up, and I'm having to use some old. My other one's got all waterlogged because I left them up on a long road trip, I guess, and neither one of them works. And I'm not ready to send them in to get them repaired or replace them. Ooh, I'll get a little piece of grass right there. Got some good grass right here. There'll be a few fish. There'll be a few fish hanging around. I mean, yeah, not seeing any evidence, but there ought to be. Back out just a little bit more because I'm still hitting some. I see a little. There's some that's topped out in the mouth of this little pocket. And the wind's kind of pushing me along, so I've got to do what I can here in a minute to. Probably just going to let it drift me right now, and then I'll turn around and I can face it, and I can have some better boat control. Okay, that stuff didn't come out quite as far as I thought it might. I'm gonna go ahead and turn in, and then I was gonna let it drift me, but I think I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna fight it right now. I'm still gonna let it drift me, but I'm gonna put my nose into it, so I've got a little bit more control over where I'm going and how far in or out off the grass line I am. Weird, man. This spot feels like you just dang, one just jacked it and took my bait. That's not good. All right, I gotta make a little move here. I gotta change my screw lock. Find some of the right ones. The one that was on, yeah. Hey, we're getting bites this morning. That's about all I can hope for. I need that, and I need my bag of rush hogs. Where are they? There they are. How many I got left? Oh, I got a whole fresh bag. Never mind. I was really worried about it. I got a fresh bag. Yes. Awesome. Normally I do a little chartreuse on the tail, but this water looks pretty clear, so I'm not going to bother with that today. Tennessee River fish love chartreuse. All right. There we go. All right, I'll show you what it looks like here when it's all nice and rigged up. It's a big hook. A lot of people say they want to use the smallest thing available. I like the biggest thing I can get away with. This one, if you look at here, I'll kind of show you that. That's the bait if you can see it, but it's got a big old hook on it. But you hook them good when you're fishing a big hook like that. If you get a big fish, you're gonna hook them. A lot of times you hook them right through the cheekbone or the cheek muscle. You're not hooking them just behind the lip or anything like that. And you don't. When you get them, you don't lose very many. felt like a fish, but it was, well, okay, I got one on right now. Well, it came off. What in the world? That was weird. I think this is milfoil. I'm fishing milfoil. I'm not used to fishing milfoil. This is something that's just kind of started coming back on Chickamauga the last few years, and it's got a different feel on the bait than like the coontail and the hydrilla. A lot of times it kind of moves with the bait, and it's got a stiffer stalk. So you hit it and it's kind of a weird deal. I probably should have set the hook on that last thing I felt just to double check. Excuse me, hook sets are free. You know, you set the hook and there's nothing there, it's no big deal. We're getting a couple of bites this morning, so I'm happy about that. Got a nice overcast morning. No boat traffic yet. Boat traffic used to really bother me on this lake. Or actually when I first started fishing here, but it doesn't seem to make that big of a difference most of the time. If anything, it can help your fishing. We had several years ago, we were on tournament fishing. We had spots that we would, just patches of grass, we would actually lay the boat down. Like we'd come up full speed, drop the boat into the spot, slide by the spot, turn around and make a cast and catch fish. It would like activate those fish they were used to those boats going through there stirring the bait up, I guess, and they get fired up when you do that. There we go, there's some grass. Well, had a couple of bites there. I'm just going to keep letting this wind drift me a little bit. Keep working down the line, and I'll remember that, and I'll come back in a little bit and see if we can get another bite. Hope so. Ooh, some thick stuff down there I'm going through. Yeah, it's coming on. Stuff's coming on out here too. A lot of times when I'm doing this, when I'm bringing it in, I'm not reeling it in real fast. I'm just gonna kind of pick the rod up and reel it slow. Sometimes you get some bites when you're just swimming the bait. And we'll kind of work down to this little opening where this little cut comes out, and then I'm gonna pick a topwater up and we'll get a little closer, see if we can get a topwater bite. Actually, I may stay out and just fish it. I had a couple of bites. I like it. We're getting some bites. I need to catch me one about 7 today. Just one 7-pounder. I'll be happy with one. I don't think it's gonna happen, but you never know. fish the right grass, can definitely happen. I'm hoping Chickamauga's had a kind of had a resurgence of the milfoil, and then it's had there's a bunch of eelgrass that's been introduced in the last couple of years, and it's starting to spread out a little bit. The only problem is Chattanooga is real, they don't have any problem poison in it. But I'm hoping that some of that eelgrass, there's some fish on that grass line. Hoping that eelgrass, it stays alive kind of in the winter, and it grows a little bit deeper. So when they drop the water down, it's pretty. It's there, but it's shallow. So hopefully that'll create a nice little bit of cover for these fish for the winter time, so they're not just getting picked off on points and stuff all the time. Maybe they'll start using some of that. Maybe they'll start helping fish populations, because this lake has absolutely been wrecked by tournaments. I mean, I saw what it was 10 years ago versus what it is today, and it's night and day. Definitely night and day from what it was. Where are we? There's a little something rolling out here, out in the middle. This is probably carp or drum or something. Not sure what really does that. One good thing about fishing these brush hogs and stuff is you kind of, top water bite might be something kind of early morning, but it seems like sometimes the hog bite can get a little bit better as the day goes on. And we got a little bit of ripple on the water, so that always makes me feel good. If we can find us a good little patch of bass, you can sit there and catch them for a minute too sometimes. But I suspect that today's just going to be a catch one here, catch one there kind of day. I don't do any of the scoping like a lot of those guys do. Ooh, got some thick stuff out there. Right now I'm barely even have any sonar to work off of. All right, I'm gonna kind of fish back up where I got the couple of bites, and I'm gonna take my top water out and I'm gonna get a little closer. This is just a little short. There's actually a lot more I can fish, but I'm just I want to get that top water bite before it gets over with. I should be fishing it right this second, but I had a couple of bites on this, so I'm sticking with it. Throw back in that little area that was kind of the money. There's a little patch that's topped out right there, and I suspect that's where most of the fish are going to congregate, because usually they like the high spots in the grass. So if they're not in that grass proper, they may be out off the edge of it. Right in there is where I had my hit. And it's also where there's a point and it kind of turns into a pocket. And you might be able to catch some fish on some other, I mean, a lot of guys use worms and stuff like that this time of year. I like the brush hog. I like that little bit of, I like feeling like I got a little bit of movement down there with my bait. I always feel like I have to fish a worm a little bit slower than I do this. I mean, I'm just kind of popping it through that grass. It's not really a real slow technique for me. You can still get out here and cover some water pretty decent. If, I mean, you know, you're not going to cover it anywhere near as fast as you can with a crankbait or something, but you can keep it moving. Put this down for a minute. Grab a little top water and see if we can get some explosions. Water temperature is a nice 86 degrees this morning. We'll be fast popping this pop R, just kind of seeing if they want it that way, and if not, we'll slow it down a little bit, and then we can get. I'm gonna throw right up on that grass line where that. We'll start working around. I got plenty of areas to work today. I'm only fishing till noon. Got some other stuff. Oh, there goes something chasing. See one chasing. Oh, I got gar chasing my bait right now. Nope, not today. Not today, buddy. Oh, did he get it? No, he didn't get it. I just had a bite. Hit it quick too. Throw it back in there. Throw it back in there, see what happens. I don't think he was very big. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. This is just a small size popar. As the season goes on, when you start getting this time of year, I like to get a little smaller. Ooh, I'll kind of cast over the top of some of that milfoil there. Okay, there we go. I got it way too close. Over there where I saw that fish moving a minute ago. Maybe he wants a fast moving. Oh, something did. He came up and sucked it off the top. I missed him. Oh, the same thing that happened to me yesterday. I was getting bites, but couldn't put a hook in any of them. Hopefully it doesn't happen today. Wasn't much size to that guy anyway, but you know. Doing like 3 or 4 real quick snaps. Make that thing kind of skip across the top and stop it. A lot of times they'll blow up on that bad boy. I'm gonna fish basically down this same path that I just went, but I'm gonna get a little closer, and then I'm gonna go up in here a little bit because there's a little road bed that crosses over here, and it's got grass that goes up on both sides of it. If I can get set up right, I might be able to. And there's also a big patch that usually grows right in the mouth of this little cut, so. Maybe we can just get one to come up and maybe we can get a big boy to come up and bust it. That would be swell. I get this in, I'm gonna, oh, did he get it? No, he didn't get it. Had a bite. I got him that time. Oh no. Oh, I missed him. I poked him too. I poked him that second time. I think we'll see if he's still raging enough to come back and grab it. Nah. Well, that's 3 bites on the top bar, 3 missed fish. That's frustrating. But we're getting bites. That's I'm happy with the bite. Oh, there's one. He missed it. That one might have been a gar. He hit it kind of weird. We're gonna count that as a bite though. That's 4 bites, no fish. But we're around some fish, so. They were doing this to me yesterday. They were just kind of swiping it. They weren't really getting it. All right, I'm gonna take these lights out. Don't think I need that anymore. I'll turn this one off. Plug up my other little deal here. I don't think it's gonna get hot enough for me to need it, but I bought a phone cooler that I'm gonna try. See if that keeps my phone from overheating when that sun gets high. It's not supposed to be real hot today, but what is that? Oh, I got one. He took it right off the top. He just slurped it. He didn't get it good. He didn't come up and blast it like they usually do. Oh. Quick release. All right. Took my eye off of it for a minute. I'm out here thinking about what I'm gonna do next, and then I need to live in the now, I guess. Since my baits out there. Here's a little guy. Hey, what's going on, David? I've gotten one in the boat and I just lost one, and I've had 3 or 4 other bites on top wire, and then I had a couple of bites on the brush hog when I first got here when it was a little bit dark. Yeah, Felix is a neat boat. It's they actually quit making them in 2020 though, so it's kind of hard to, they're hard to find. Well, they're not really hard to find, but it's hard to find one in good shape. I actually bought this one in 22 or 23, I think. It was probably in 23, and it's a 16. And I've been doing my best to keep it in as good a shape as I can. I'm not real good with the inside though. It's because it does have that white bottom, that white decking on the bottom. It's kind of hard to keep clean, but it's a pretty easy boat to clean as compared to a bass fishing. Ooh, 13 grand. Yeah, I gave, like, I bought mine a few years ago, and it was, I paid $8,500 for it, and it was just the boat and motor, and it had like a hand-controlled saltwater trolling motor, and then all the rigging that you see in here I did myself, and I think altogether I ended up spending about 13 grand with the trolling motor, fish finders, everything. But that was, you know, been a lot of inflation the last few years, so. I don't know, Gino. This lake's real stingy on me with a spinnerbait. I don't use them a whole lot, and especially this time of year, it's tough on me. Today I've kind of resolved myself to. Oh, there's a bite. Oh, did I get it? There he is. I got him. Good fish. Well, decent fish. Yeah. Oh, he's making some runs. He's not as big as I thought he was. I'm gonna say top water for the win. How about that? Nice little Chickamauga chunk there. He hit it about 3 times before he got it, which seems to be the deal today. Yeah, this boat, I looked at some flats boats like that and stuff but they didn't, like, I'm sure that the layout for saltwater fishing is great where they just have that deck on them and you can get up real high, but I needed something where I had a good place to put rods and where I could get to them kind of quick and everything without them feeling like they're gonna fall off the side of the boat. That was the problem I always had with, because I wanted like a smaller saltwater style boat, something I could take to Florida that I could use here. And this one's ended up kind of fitting the bill pretty nicely. It's you know, if you're trying to sight fish in Florida, it's not going to be the best thing for you, but it does good. It handles the rough water good. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it handles it good. It's a good single person boat. And I've got, you know, trolling motors, a spot lock. Well, till I had issues with my fish finders. My fish finders were integrated where I could operate it. It's all linked up and everything. And then I was lucky that this little 25 horsepower came with Came with an aftermarket trim on it, so it's got trim. That's something that this boat could probably handle a 40, even though it's only rated for a 25. I still don't understand why they did that, but I'm gonna kind of work my way back over here, get towards that little pondweed line. We got 2 in the boat. Doing good. There's a little rock pile right out here that I have seen when the water was up. I have seen a 9-pounder come off of it. When the water's down, there's no water on top of it. That's one neat thing about Chickamauga is since they drop the water, you can look at all the shallow stuff and figure out where you want to fish when the water comes up. And I actually got out where I fish. I actually got out and would bump stumps and mark them with my stumps and little rock piles that are real obscure. I've got some real obscure stuff marked that produces fish a lot of times. No, I mean they're out here. The cormorants, they're out here, but they don't. I haven't really. They don't seem to affect anything that I'm doing. I see them. Sometimes I'll see them up on the. Like when I go up to Watts Bar, there's a whole bunch of them up at Watts Bar. They're always feeding on shad. They don't really bother. They don't seem to bother anything though. Every now and then you get a heron flying over your area that I feel like that messes me up sometimes. Got a little pondweed right there. We got some scattered pondweed out here. Just skipping this bed. Ooh, that gets up pretty shallow right there. I'm gonna make this cast, but I don't expect to get a bite. It's kind of, yeah, that's kind of topped out. It's almost topped out. But we're going this way. Go in here, just try to get a little top water bite before the sun gets up. We got one. This was a weird year. Oh, that was a good fish. Once again, they get me when I'm not looking. This was a weird year on Chickamauga. You know, we had a little bit of a drought this spring, and they kept the water lower than they normally do, so I wasn't really sure how the grass was gonna turn out. It should be a really great, I mean, it's still coming up, but it should still be a good grass year because the water was clear this spring and gave it a lot of opportunity to get established early. I think that's something that happens a lot of times. Huh. That's weird. Where are you at, David? I've never heard of that many cormorants like getting into fish like that. But like I was saying, yeah, we had a really dry spring, so I feel like there he is, good fish, good fish. Well, 2.5, 3 pounder. Yeah, more like 2.5. But yeah, there we go. A little shallow water bite. Ooh, I'm gonna have to scoop. I'm just gonna lift him in, I think. Oh, quick release. There we go. He was just barely hooked anyway. Guess I didn't get hit in the face with the lure, because that wouldn't have been good. I did take one to the face earlier this year. I got a nice video on it. I mean, we're fishing dirt shallow too. I mean, we're like 3 feet deep right here, maybe 4. Not a whole lot of people, especially with this forward facing stuff that's come out, not a lot of people fish shallow anymore. It's kind of nice, actually. Makes it easier for me. I got one. Let's see if that helps with the. No, it doesn't really help. I was trying to see if I could see that pondweed better. We got some hydrilla coming up in here. We got pondweed. I just spooked something. Well, yeah, that's the problem. Cast into that stuff. This is some of that real deal pondweed. It'll, if you cast it, it's going to grab your hooks. I don't think I'm going to get a bite right here because this hydrilla is almost topped out. You don't have a lot of fish that kind of cruise this kind of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and kind of, actually I'll make some casts this way while we're drifting and just see if there's anything out there working on the edge. There's a nice little, we got, oh, that's milfoil. We got some milfoil right here. Okay. Yeah, I know where Daytona is. What? What are you fishing? Are you talking about bass fishing, or are you talking about saltwater stuff? My buddy lives in Orange City. That's who I go visit sometimes, and then we'll do some other. We've got a trip planned to Sebastian. We're planning a trip to Sebastian in October. I like going down there because there's not a whole lot of. There's no high rises, and it's a little bit more quiet and has some pretty good access. So be ready for some inshore kayak videos in October, and possibly some live. If I can get it to where I can keep everything to not overheat, I'll do some live out there. But I've not heard about that with those. I've not heard about that with those birds. I think there'd be some fish up in here. It's wild how much grass you have, and then then all the fish seem to congregate. I mean, you get some that don't do this, but most of them seem to congregate on the edges. Every now and then you hit a biggie doing something weird like I'm doing today. Ooh, I got it. There we go. I saw him dart out and grab it. That's a good one. He swallowed it too. This one swallowed it. We're just gonna drag him over here where we can get a hold of him. Oh, hey, there we go. Another good one. A little shallow water, top water. Man, he just absolutely got it deep. There we go. Probably a little 2.5 pounder. Might go 3, I doubt it. I doubt it'll go 3. Yeah, I really like that. We put the kayaks in over at Edgewater. I really like that Mosquito Lagoon down there. It's a neat place to fish for. Caught some nice trout and snook and reds down through there. Oop. Oh. I haven't fished up near Daytona so much, but I have fished Monroe and a little bit south of there in some of the St. John's, and I try to get down there a couple times a year if I can. Last trip I made, I went on the other side. I went to Crystal River. Brought back a few trout and redfish and some mangroves, and then also hooked into a big monster tarpon. First time I've ever had one where I got to fight it. I've hooked them a couple of times before, but they usually jump off pretty quick. I fought him for about 30 minutes. He was at least 100. He's a big fish. Every bit of 6 feet long. Yeah, he did. I'm gonna have to, I got this thing marked, so I'm gonna have to I need to retie. Before we get going on this road bed, I need to retie because I'm not feeling too good. I'm glad to get a little action this morning. Had the hitch yesterday, just never was able to put any of them in the boat. Haven't had anything real big, but those are good fish. They're fun size. I think that's hydrilla growing. We've got a nice mix of hydrilla and milfoil going here. And then we got a road bed going across. If I can get lined up just right, we can keep this top water in the strike zone. Maybe we can get some to come up and blast it. It's only about, even at the deepest, it's about 6 or 7 feet, so they will come up and hit it. Yeah, that's probably topped out too much right there. And I got something on my bait. We got a little bit of an edge here too. Kind of grows out and then it kind of drops off right out in here. Sometimes it's kind of interesting when you do something like this and you're fishing somewhere where, well, come on, look at that. Got some grass. You know, you're fishing where the places that you don't normally, that aren't traditional, you know, grass lines. Oh, it's August. We need to be fishing. A lot of people think you need to be fishing deeper, but really, I don't fall into that camp. I feel like August is a good time to start going shallow. Thought I had this marked a little bit better than I do. I need to turn my, oh, nice. Yeah, my buddy, he goes to New Smyrna some, but he mainly just goes over there and he likes to do he was kind of getting into the beach fishing, doing that for pompano and stuff like that. There was one year where I kind of I thought about it and I got all geared up and everything, and then I went out there and I had, you know, you drag all that crap out of the truck and then you drag it down the beach. And I did that a couple times and I decided it wasn't for me. But I do like some inshore kayak fishing. I've got some videos. Just what I like to do though is I like to get in those mangroves and I skip a little grub up underneath the mangroves and catch them that way. It's a terribly effective way to catch a lot of fish. You're not always going to catch big ones, but I've caught some slots doing it. But I just use like a little 3-inch curl tail grub from Bass Pro, man, and it's in a little crystal color. It looks like it could imitate a shrimp or a little bait fish, little glass minnows that they eat. And I mean, I'll catch 50, 100 fish some days. And it'll catch everything that swims. I've caught, one trip I counted the number of species I caught down at Sebastian, and I think I caught 23 different species in one trip. Catch juvenile target. I'm all, whoa, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm way off where I need to be. There is grass out. There's always a chance. Catch a rogue biggie. I just let myself just drift way off where I need to be though. I'm gonna go over this pretty quick. I'm not real confident in this in this spot this time of year. Okay, there we go. But that's my goal. My goal in the next few years is to land a tarpon, like a big giant tarpon, in a kayak. I've caught some like in the 30-40 pound range, but I've never landed it, like, you know, gotten to where I could get a hold of one that was really, really big. But after hooking that big one that I did hook, I'll be okay with just doing it once or twice. Cause that was a lot of, it wore me out. It drug me around for 30 minutes. Dang, there he was. Well, had a bite, didn't get him. Drug me around for 30 minutes and then broke me off. Broke my heart. Yeah, I don't like those mangroves that are real deep. I like the ones where they kind of come out 4 or 5 feet and that's it. And then they hit some land. If you can find those, you know, around islands and stuff like that, if you get those ones that just go up in there for miles, that's not normally where I catch the fish. I catch them on those little short mangroves near the bank, and I like it when the water's a little bit. What is that? Oh, pondweed down there. I like it when the water's, we can get falling water. I like that normally. If you've got the real deep ones, I like the falling water. Well, come on now. That tide deal makes a big difference when you're doing that kind of fishing. We got a bunch of pondweed growing way out here. That's new. We got some good milfoil out through there. Well, we had one bite on our little road bed here. We're going to go back to I think I may fish myself back out to this drop off and then put the brush hog back on for a minute. Well, I don't know. This wind's getting a little bit heavier here, getting a little bit. You don't always do real good when it's windy on the poplar. Kind of work our way back out of here, and then I'm gonna cross over this island in front of me and give that a little shot. Looks like we might have a little rain coming our way. all just shallow grassy out here, so well. Yeah, the one I had, I think I had him good because I got a couple of jumps out of him, and it was basically just an error. It was basically just a, just a brain lapse on my part. I just kept winching it down, and then I had a little. I was using medium heavy bass tackle, so the fact that I even had him on as long as I did, I'm pretty proud of. But I had a 50-pound leader, and I was actually just trolling for ladyfish, so I could have some live bait to tarpon fish with, and he nailed it. But I think that's the only reason I kept that fish on as long as I did, because it was because I had that 50-pound leader on, and it was just on a little 3-inch boot tail grub that I was just dragging behind the kayak. But they'll usually jump up and throw the bait immediately is what I normally have. This fish didn't jump immediately. I kind of hooked him, and I didn't really know what was going on. Then he just started stripping line, and he got 50, 100 feet out, and he jumped, and I thought, oh my goodness. I've got a short video on it if you want to watch it. I've got full-length live video on it too, but it's kind of hard to find in my live stuff. But it was medium heavy bass tackle. It was a 4000 series reel, and I got a little over ambitious trying to get the fish to move. Basically what I was doing is I would just let him pull me for a while, and then I would put it in reverse and try to see if I could like muscle him back just a little bit. And I did that a bunch of times, but and I tightened the drag up just a little bit too much, and the line got in the braid dug into the spool, and it caught inside the spool and broke me off. Like, other than that, everything was perfect. Just one of those deals where you make a bad decision, and I'd never caught a fish that big, so I had no idea how long it was going to take to get in. I'd heard 30 minutes or an hour, but that joker drugged me around. A lot of times people say 30 minutes too, and it's like a 10-minute fight, but it just feels like that. This was a legitimate 30-minute fight. Used to be a patch of grass that grew up right in here. There was a good patch right here a few years ago. Well, nothing today. I'm not seeing anything even growing in here today. A little bit. There's a little bit out there. Right out in there, maybe. There was a good patch that topped out here a couple of years ago, and there were fish all in it. I got a little spot. I got a little spot where some sneaky pondweed grows up here. We're going to check that, and then we're going to cross over and I'm going to check that with my brush hog. Back to hogging. Got some grass down there for sure. Fishing it rolling style. Got the rod butt in my belly. Ooh. Got some nice clouds rolling through here this morning. Like I said, we had a pretty good little rainstorm last night. Got 3 or 4 guys out there on the main lake messing around. This grass comes way out here. It's actually one thing I do not like about milfoil is that it kind of tapers out. It doesn't. Hydrilla kind of grows up and creates like a wall. Well, that's been my experience with it. But the milfoil just kind of gradually goes out, so you don't have as good of a, you don't have that hard line like you get with hydrilla and coontail and stuff like that. Gonna have it lock me down here. That wind's blowing pretty good. I'm gonna fan cast around this little area. I have been known to catch a fish or two right here. Usually early season, when this grass is just getting up, this place will load up sometimes. It's just got some real sneaky pondweed. It's just a little pondweed patch out there that for whatever reason will hold fish. And maybe they're coming off that big flat where they spawn. That's weird. Well, it's weird. I didn't feel anything after I came off that little. Sitting about 8 feet right here. All right, turn just a little bit. There's nothing right there. Don't feel any grass right through there. There's a little high spot here. When I get done with this brush hog, I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit the high spot with the top wire, and then we're gonna cross over. I like that saddle in between those islands right in front of us. There's usually some topwater fish to be had right there, and then there's some good grass that the last couple of years have been growing on this side of that saddle. Now, if there's any fish in there, I don't know, but we just got to find it. You got to wait and find out. I don't want to give away the ending. We'll make about 3 casts this high spot because I don't think I've ever caught a fish here. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of grass on it either. Usually get bites on the other side. Oh, there's a bite. Yep, we're crossing over. I'm gonna go back to where we started, except we're gonna fish down this little line of grass with a topwater. I'll work this way and then I'll turn and I'm gonna go down the pondweed. There's some stuff out here a little deeper. Always some deep pondweed that grows right out in there. Sometimes you can get a big old monster right there, but not when you have stuff all over your hook. I see some of it already topping out right there. Like we got a little bit of sparse stuff kind of coming out off the bank here. Might make it a little bit tough to work this bait, but we'll see. See if maybe there might be something hanging around out here in this little deeper stuff, but didn't get any bites. Last cast on the deeper stuff, and then we're moving on down the blind. All right. You're just stopping in, I appreciate it. We're doing a little morning top. Well, shoot, we're doing a little morning top water fishing, and then we're gonna back out off some of these grass edges and try a brush hog a little bit. See what we can. That's the plan, anyway. You know, sometimes we have to evolve a little bit. Ooh, that went a good one right up on the bank. That was a for sure bass right there. He had him pinned up against that island. Should go over there and try to catch him. He might still be hanging around. Coming up on a little saddle here. It's been known to have a few fish on it before. Don't normally catch any real big ones, but you get some nice ones sometimes. When I learned about this fast popping stuff, I was really surprised. Saw a video by Rick Clunn about it, and he was talking about how fast he fished, and I was like, man, I've fished pop R's for years, but I normally just do a little bloop type deal, and a lot of times that works, but man, and he said that it does. A lot of times you get bigger bites doing that, and it's true. Seems like you do get a little bit more quality fish when you're fishing it that fast. I did catch one this year that was 7.9 on it. That's the biggest pop R fish I've ever caught. But they will absolutely. I was a skeptic, but I have since become a believer in the fast pop technique. And this water's not cold. It's 86. I mean, it's not like normal, you know, fall or spring topwater temperature. This is 86 degree water temperature right here. It's not intuitive, but it works. I guess that high metabolism they're used to chasing. Used to having to chase their bait this time of year a little bit more. Ooh, I didn't know there was any pondweed over there where I cast, but there was. Should have got a bite right through there. There's a bunch of pondweed out in there. It's hard to see it. I got a little glare on the surface. I can't really see that grass very good. Yeah. This pondweed's grown a little bit deeper this year since we had that little drought. They're gonna do me like they did me yesterday on Gunnersville. I think they're gonna, it just gets to a certain time of the morning and the topwater bite just dies. We haven't had any change in light conditions. Hey, I don't know what happened, but my stuff just fixed itself. Okay, well now I have some sonar, so that's good. Okay, all right, we got some underwater eyes. We can do a little bit better than we've been doing, I think. I can line up on some stuff just a little bit better. Yeah, that's fine. This is just a little, whoop, what just happened there? Oh, there's a bunch of grass. I can't see it. That glare, I cannot see that grass. I was just thinking how I was looking at the stuff that's real thick, and I said, man, that's not very much grass grew out here this year, but there it is. Yeah, I threw some over some more, but maybe we can get a bite before we get to it. Sometimes you get lucky and you can work through it too. This happened to be one of those times. On the other side of this, there's a pretty good drop off. There's usually a little bit of grass that grows over there. Occasionally a fish or two will be caught. Kind of make that thing spit along. Well, that's a little action earlier, and it just kind of petered out, didn't it? That's how it goes, though. Thing here, you never know when you're gonna get a biggie either, man. I've only ever caught one over 10 pounds, but it was not exactly expected. I've caught some 8s and 9s. Caught quite a few of those, but sometimes they'll surprise you. kind of a little flat over here with some grass on it. That's all we're doing. We ought to get a bite right there. Probably too many boats come through here on a daily basis to. And there's a good patch that grows out in there too. But this little patch right here loads up in the fall, but for some reason I never catch any fish until after it mats out. And then you can get some bites, but in the meantime, not much action over there. Kind of work my way back over towards this point. Yeah, we got some good looking milfoil growing up in here. There'll be something hanging around. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I'm doing here. Sorry, I just saw that comment there, David. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm just him and I guess Zell Rowland's the one that kind of let the cat out of the bag about it, but yeah, it just kind of makes a little popping noise when you get it just right. It kind of spits a little bit. Instead of doing that chugging noise, it just kind of spits, and fish like it. I've got a couple of different sizes tied on right now. I've been using this small size just because I just feel like this time of year the small size is going to get more bites. Even though in this wind it might be the big one, I don't know. I have to go back. Oh, there was. Oh, I got him. Good fish. Yeah, there we go. Right when I was talking about changing up, got a bite. All right. Probably he's a little bit bigger than he is, but nice violent strike there. Little 2-pounder. All right. All right. Got him. Yeah, the one thing I did to make this that's a good little fish. One thing I did for this technique that helped me a bunch is I got a little, it's a medium action rod. It's just a fast action medium rod. It's a little bit shorter. It's only I think this is a 6'8", 6'8" or 6'9". This is a 6'9", and it's light. It's really light. I did that for my jerkbait rod too. I've got a little 6'8" jerkbait rod. I mean that one's a really high dollar rod, but it's really light too. So when you're doing these jerking techniques all day, it just doesn't wear you out so much. Got one. Well, you know, you fish long enough, you pick things up from people, and I want something. I like topwater fishing, and I like being able to fish fast, and that just kind of, it works. Oh, we got somebody sitting in one of my spots over there. That's disappointing. Since that's the case, and we're still getting a few, I don't know, I don't like the way that wind's blowing right into that. The problem is when you get a little bit more wind like we've got right now, makes it a little hard to fish. That's when that's another time I'll go to that bigger one, just because I feel like, you know, it's a little bit bigger profile in that wind where they might be able to see or hear it a little bit better. But I did have a day on Gunnersville with this small one where it was whipping like this, and I wrecked some good fish. I don't think those guys are quite positioned where I'd be worried about them too much. I think I'm gonna practice what I preach here and put that little bit bigger one on. It just seems like it just moves a little bit better in that wind. It's got a little bit better presence in the wind than that one does. Oop. It's anxious, got me. All right. And this rod's quite a bit heavier and I can feel it. Ooh, what happened there? This bigger one does a little bit more walking than that other one does too. It's kind of interesting how erratic it is. But we're gonna toss our hog here for a few minutes. Got some pretty deep grass even out here. We'll back out just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I think that wind's gonna mess me up on my top water bite, so I'm gonna go back to this for a little while. See if we can get a if we can jack a jaw. Now on my small popper, it's a number 6. I actually use a I don't use any of those 2X or anything like that on it because I want it to I want to make sure I get the hook in them. So it's just there's some of those magic eye short shank gamakatsus. They're kind of like they've got that little, kind of like those triple grip KVD trebles. They're kind of like that, but they're a fine wire. And I tie my own tails on it. On my big one has, I think my big one has 4s on it. But I use the fine wire because I want to stick the fish. I can play them down pretty easy and get them in most of the time if I can stick them. By the way, how's it going, Damon? Still haven't used your frog. I'm waiting for it to get a little bit more froggish for me. I like it in the fall. I will use it in the fall. I had an opportunity yesterday, but I didn't really I wasn't seeing anything that made me real excited to fish matted grass. So, and it turns out what I should have been doing yesterday was fishing a jerkbait on grassy points instead of what I did all day, which was kind of just fish top water around flats. No bites. You know, you gotta get out there and test some new stuff out. Ooh, that's a big old carp. Next time I go to Gunnersville, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. There's a little area that's got a whole bunch of little grassy points on it, and I'm gonna go and I'm just gonna run those grassy points. I'm gonna try them with gorilla snot. I'm gonna try them with a jerkbait, and I'm gonna try them with a worm or a brush hog or some kind of soft plastic, and let the chips fall where they may. I think that's a good thing to try this time of year. I drifted in over the top of this stuff. Make a move. Used to work at that marina in front of us. I was the dock master over there, so I spent a lot of time around this area fishing. not seeing any grass, so I'm gonna kind of turn the boat in and I'll make a few casts out here in the open as I work towards that pondweed. Yeah, this big one's got the number 4 trebles, and that smaller one there, they're not as small. They're not as small as what actually comes with them. What comes with them, I'm not even sure you could classify as an actual number 6, but they do have a little milfoil topping out. But they are a fine wire hook, and they just do a real good job of hooking the fish. Ooh, we got a good little grass line right there. What I'm hoping is right in front of me there's a row of pondweed that usually grows out there, and it kind of gets overlooked by a lot of people. Yeah, I'm hoping that maybe it's there and there's a couple of fish on it. I'm not seeing any evidence of any of it growing out there right now, though. I do see a little evidence of some grass right out here, though. We're gonna make a quick cast and see if probably all gorilla snot. So looks like once this little dark cloud gets over, we got some clearing up going on over there. Yeah, didn't feel anything out there. See my jerk bait for a minute. Haven't done much of that this morning. Hey, what's up, Braxton? I've caught 4 or 5 this morning. It's not fast action by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, we're getting bit. Caught 4 or 5, lost 4 or 5. Just a normal morning of fishing. And we'll kind of move on down through here. I'm not really seeing. Of course, I'm out a little bit far, but I'm not really seeing that grass. I'm gonna hit this little stretch of bank. There's like a lot of, it's like a line in between islands, and in between each island there's little dips, and a lot of times that's where you find you see these little underwater pockets, basically is what they are, and you see them, and then that's where the fish will often be hanging, in those little dips. And if we can find a little bit of deeper grass out here, that would be the jam. But not seeing any evidence yet. Let the wind rip me around. If I get a bite, I'll spot log down, make a few fan casts. Yeah, the sun's trying to peek out. That little, we got a little front where the sun is. We got a little front moving over, and then off to the west, it's clear. Not seeing any grass. Not even a little bit. That's disappointing. Little area right here used to be teeming with it. Like I say, I didn't do any pre-scanning this morning to see if I could find some grass lines. So I'm just kind of doing it all shooting from the hip. Going a little closer and make one cast with the hog right there. This is a spot that even without grass will sometimes hold a fish. All right. All right, back to the top water. Yep, snotted up. Snot funny. Some good gorilla snot action there. Let's Rig it back up for when I'm ready for it. We'll kind of move. Oop, what happened? There we go. Move inward and do a little top water. Maybe I get one to hit this bigger top water. That'd be nice. Nice to get a little encouragement on the big boy. Definitely don't get as many bites on this bigger one as you do with the small one. That small one will generate some bites. But this one, when you get them, they're usually a little bit better quality, except for yesterday. Yesterday, for whatever reason, they were all small. Back out in a minute, fish a couple of grass lines with the hog and see if we can get a hold of one. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and start moving my way out there. I can set up right to begin with. Oh, there's the sun. That means our topwater bite is probably dead. bust out the hog and see if we can sling some steel into something. All right, we got some grass. Kind of turn the boat so that the nose is pointing in the wind. It's just a little bit easier for me to hold the position when I do that. Got a couple little spots over here to run, and then we'll run to the other side, and then we'll see how much time we got. Well, I was going to try to do that, but I'm not able to. It's kind of blowing me straight into the spot that I want to fish, so I'm not sure what I need to do. No bite. I'll go ahead and turn it back around and this wind direction is a little bit tough for holding the boat, but it can be good for the fish. Well, you can keep the grass off. Let's see what we got. What kind of grass are we working with out there? Oh, I lost it. Milfoil. Sometimes you gotta give it that hard pop, get it to release from that grass, and it shoots it up. And when it does that, that's when you get your bite. Oh goodness! I've not fished a lot of milfoil because it hasn't been much on this lake since I've been living here. I like the way it looks. I definitely like the way it looks if it would ever top out for frog fishing. Seems like it's got a lot more space in between all the leaves and everything than some of these others. But it is a little bit more difficult to fish baits with treble hooks and that kind of deal in. I didn't feel anything right there. That's wild. There's a little patch out here, a little deeper. Ooh, that sun's starting to come out now. Gonna make it steamy. Gotta cover up. I'm gonna put my gloves on too. All right, now we're ready to go. I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, but this is just such a, like when you're fishing grass with a bait like this, you just have to kind of, you just really have to probe. Sometimes they let you know real quick that they're there, and sometimes you gotta make 8 or 10 casts. Usually for me, I gotta make the 8 or 10 casts. Where you find the exact right cast. Not hitting any grass right there, that's kind of a strange thing. Ooh, some thick stuff right there. Hopping that thing through that milfoil. All right. Oh, a hook came out. That's always fun. There's no grass right there. Oh, yeah, there's some. I've always found the key to this stuff is to kind of find the furthest out edge. This, either you find the stuff that tops out first, or you find the stuff on the furthest edge, and that's where you seem to get a lot of your bites. There's a little sneaky spot right over here we're going to go to next. But it's late in the season. This stuff gets pressured. Any grass in this lake, everybody knows where it's at, and it gets pressured. And if there's any fish on it, they've probably already been caught 3 or 4 times. Nothing there. If I can find where this one starts, I'll get a bite. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Just probing around looking for that. I know there's a little grass patch out there, but I'm not exactly sure where it is because I haven't been fishing out here a whole lot. There's some. There's a fish too. Got him. Aha. Decent. All right, decent one. Oh. Yeah. Decent. There we go. Little 2.5 pounder. Didn't tear my bait up too bad, did he? Oh yeah, he ripped it in half. All right, we got more. I told you if I could find that little edge of that grass bed, that I'd get a bite, and I did. Now the question is there another one in there? That's what we're shooting for. We're shooting for for 2 fish out of 1 spot. This is a little bit of a sneaky spot. Everybody sees that stuff over there. There's some stuff that's already topped out. Not too many people fish this because it's not right on a point or anything. It's just kind of on a straight little line of grass. I'll fan cast around on that for a minute, and hey, I know that guy. I guess I spot locked, but this wind is it's a good wind for fishing this, but it's a bad wind for boat position. Ooh, what did I do? That was weird. I was reeling that thing in and it just stopped, but it wasn't a fish. I don't think it was a fish anyway. Keep feeling some weird stuff down there. It doesn't feel like fish, but it also doesn't feel like grass. I don't know what that is. Ooh. We'll work on down this grass line a little bit. We can get another one. Made 2 or 3 casts in that same area where I got that first one. Sitting at about 12, 13 feet out here. Just casting up into 4 or 5. Just working it down that little grass line. No bite. Been relatively quiet for Chickamauga this morning, so I'm pretty happy about that. Not very much boat traffic. Starting to see a few now. But it's almost, what is it? Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock, so. Well, I thought it was going to clear up there, but it didn't. That's good. I prefer the overcast myself. Ooh, and then I drifted in. Okay, we can go down to the next one. When I get posted up here, I'm gonna have a little water. Maybe a little granola bar. I need a little something in my belly. Well, good to stay hydrated. Eat a little food while you're out. Oh, it's not there, it's over here. And I'm gonna have a granola bar and a Coke. I have a little caffeine first thing this morning. Ooh, got crunched. Yeah, that's grabbing a hold of my bait good right there. Okay. All right. This is usually a good early season spot. I don't do great here this time of year, but I don't do great on the grass. Made a mess. I like it when the grass is first coming up. I don't really like it when it gets established. Seems like when it gets established, all the easy fish are already picked off. And then you got to kind of go shallow and cover water and do all that stuff. That's kind of what we're seeing here today. Catch one here and there. I caught 2 fish on the brush hog and everything else has come on the popar. Best cast with this one, usually right in there. I might be a little bit far out. Kind of August always seems to kind of be the kind of the tail end of this bite too. I have caught them in the mid-August, but usually it's quite a bit tougher and you got to grind a little bit more, unless you just have something really special where you can, where you know they've been kind of posting up good. I'll normally keep some tubes with me and use those as kind of a finesse backup if I don't get anything on the brush hog, but I didn't bring any with me today. We're in good position. All right. Make a couple more casts with this brush hog, then we're going to try the popar. up along the grass line. Might fish a little crankbait down through there, and then we're going to go around the other side. Not sure about that one. Felt a little something, and then might have just been me hitting a little stalk of grass or something. But it felt a little fishy. Hooks are free. Something not right. Yep. No, we got pondweed down there. Okay. Not feeling any grass on that cast. So we went just a little bit too far up to the left. Not. Go just a touch to the right. Not feeling any grass right there. Oh, there's some. One more touch to the right. I'm just kind of walking it down the bank. Okay, there we go. Ah, delicious coontail, my favorite. Pitch it back out there. He still got it. Something had it. Oh, I think it might have been a gar. Something grabbed it and he kind of went to the left and then he went to the right, and that was strange. Or maybe I just hit a piece of grass and it went one way, and then when I let go it went the other. I don't know. Should have popped him. Didn't feel like a bass though, because it didn't. Didn't make that bassy kind of bite. I think that's my last cast, and we're gonna do a little top water out here. I know there's fish right here, but this also gets absolutely pounded. We'll go back to our little small guy. This wind's easing up just a little bit. I think with this little bit of, with this cloud cover sticking it out, you'd think they'd be think they'd stay on this top water all day, but this lake's weird about that. Went back to the small one just because I've been getting bites on it and I haven't been getting anything on the other one. We're gonna get up a little closer to this. I think that's a lot of mistake a lot of guys do on this lake is they just kind of hit the high spots. They don't expand. They don't expand where they're working. They're like, oh, they're on. We got one on a point, on the end of a point with some grass on it, and then they'll just fish into points with grass. They won't fish down the side of them. They won't go up a little shallower. Just stuff like that. I think that's some things that you can do when you're fishing that will help put a few more fish in the box every now and then if you're a tournament guy. And with forward facing sonar, it's only getting a little bit worse. So it's okay for me though. Leaves more untouched fish for me. Ooh, that one's gonna get fouled up for sure. There's a bunch of pondweed right through there. Maybe something will come up and grab it before it gets. Well, we did okay on it. We got it out. Yeah, we got a little milfoil hydrilla coontail mix right here. Right, treble keeps getting hung up there. Oh man, they ought to hit that top water out here. We'll go around the other side, give that a shot. It's usually can be a good hogging spot. We'll try a jerk bait right through here for just a second and just see if there's something else we can catch a fish on. This can be a good little jerk bait area. Not usually this time of year, but catch a lot of fish right through here in the first thing in the spring. And then you can catch them again in the fall when the water starts dropping out. It's a good little pinch point for them. This is just a little jerk bait. This is a 110 Junior. Just using it on some 8-pound line. There he is. There he is. Come on up, baby. Got him. Not a monster, but ooh, just barely got him hooked. Just barely got him hooked. Oh, get out of the trolling motor. Kind of hooked underneath. I'm just gonna little guy. All right, little jerkbait bass, 1.5 pounds or so. It's fun on this rod is a light action rod. It's a mega bass. But it does really, I mean, I haven't really ever had a situation with a bass where I feel like I'm outmatched, at least not in open water. I have had a few times where I'm fishing around grass and they get you in the grass and you can't do anything with them. Had that happen to me on Gunnersville a few weeks, about a month ago now. What we got down there? Got a little milfoil. We'll keep on going down this bank if we get a bite. I like fishing jerk baits because you can cover a lot of water real quick. You don't have to be right on the bottom with it. And they just flat out catch a bunch of fish. Especially this junior model. I fished that big one some this spring and I caught one real good one on it, like I think it was a 610. Take this off for a minute. So there's definitely the potential to catch some good fish on the jerk bait. Most of the time I just use them because I like to get a lot of bites. If you watch me this fall, where I fish in the fall, I'll go up there. I don't catch a lot of big fish, but I'll go up there and catch 50 and 60 fish a day. When it's jerk bait time, you're gonna get bites, especially when they first draw it down. Is maybe October time frame. And there's a lot of good grass growing all the way down through here. I can fish a bank just about as quick as I can with a crankbait with this, and I just feel like I have a chance to catch more fish. With the crankbait, they're a little bit more You have to be a little bit more specific with your depth, I feel like. This only goes 3 or 4 feet most of the time, unless you're making a bombing a cast out and fishing it real slow. And I'll go 3 or 4 feet deep, and they'll come up and nail it just because it's so erratic. I just don't feel like you have to have that. You have to have those same conditions that you do with the crankbait, where you have to either be ticking the grass or ticking the bottom, or, you know, seems to me like it's a better bait to bounce off of stuff. Stop and go. I mean, this is stop and go, I guess. This is non-stop. Non-stop and go. You're just stopping and going over and over and over again. Oh, there's another. Is that grass or is that a fish? That's grass. Sometimes you do stuff like this. I mean, this is just basically working down a bank. Sometimes you do stuff like this and you find something you didn't know about. That's what I'm kind of doing right now, just seeing if there's some other little area that might hold some fish. Maybe there's a little weird little underwater grass point out here that nobody's really paying attention to because they're always going, ooh, that right there was a bass. I saw him. He's about 2.5 pounds. I'm gonna throw this right there where I saw him. Maybe he's still there. Maybe he'll come up and grab it. Nope, no such luck. I saw one come out of the water there and hit some bait. He was in hot pursuit, as we say. And this thing also intersects a road bed right here, and if there's some grass that goes right up against that road bed, there's a good chance there'll be a fish there. If I see that, I'm gonna mark it, and I'm gonna turn around and fish with the brush hog, because that is the type of situation, that's the type of thing where you can catch a couple of fish in a spot like that. So we're getting up to that road bed here. I have a couple of those deeper ones, but I don't use them very often. I don't fish that deep. Well, of course that grass is starting to peter out right before it gets to where I was hoping it would. I was hoping it would still be over here next to this road bed, but it's starting to peter out a little bit on me. That's all right. Yep, petered out right before it got to the money spot. All right, I'm gonna crank up. I'm gonna go there's a gigantic flat point right here. I'm not gonna fish the whole thing. I'm just gonna kind of go down to the end of it. And nope. Go down there to the end of it and fish that jerkbait, and then we're gonna go over and fish some more grass. There actually is a little bit of there's a little bit of grass lining that road bed, so there may be some fish in there. I marked it. I marked both sides of it. Get a little closer, see if I see anything else growing out here. I haven't been eating grass out here in a few years. So. Coming back. Well, I'm seeing a bunch of sparse stuff. Yeah, there's some real sparse grass out there, but there's not. Not those big clumps like what we used to have. All right. This is just a real quick hit it and then move on type deal. So that's what we're going to do. Just going to bump it real quick with this jerk bait, see if anything comes out. If it doesn't, that's okay. We got somewhere else to be. So far, Dave caught two on brush hog, one on a jerk bait, and I don't know, 4 or 5 on the top water. Decent morning. This is a giant flat. When it had grass on it, it was a dynamite spot to fish, but well, when I get around the other side of it, we'll just kind of scan around, see if I see any grass for another time. What I normally do is when I'm out here fishing, looking for grass, I'll fish stuff where I know there's grass, and then I'll look around in other places, mark it, and I'll come back and fish it some other time. So that's the game plan. Not seeing much to even hold any fish out here other than this giant, than just the fact that it's a giant flat. We'll get up on it just a little bit. See if maybe I need to be a little shallower. Sitting in about 11 right now. And I don't fish this thing slow either. I'm moving it pretty good through here. These fish, I mean, it's 86 degree water temperature today. Metabolisms are high. They're starting to slender out. I feel like they get skinny this time of year because their metabolism's so high, and they've got to feed so much more often to maintain their weight. Not really seeing anything to hold any fish. No sign of any kind of grass. But I do like fishing my jerkbait. It's a lot a lot more enjoyable for me than fishing that slow stuff. Make a lot more presentations. I got a couple little markers up here. I'm gonna go fish to them and then we'll move on. But I'm talking about zero grass on this point. I'm not even seeing anything that looks like gorilla snot or any kind of algae or anything. Nothing. All right, that's my last cast here, and then we'll crank up and ease up a little bit. See if we see anything growing. Not going fast. I'm not even picking my trolling motor up. Desolate out there. Very, very devoid of cover. There's a little point that comes out here. We're going to work around that point. Then we're going to fish off with our brush hog, and then we're going to go in and fish with the top water a little bit. I may keep on fishing this brush hog. I enjoy doing it so much. Or jerkbait, rather. So that point starts extending out right over there. I'm gonna work this, make a few casts with this, and then I'll swap over. This time of year, I probably need to be fishing that full-size one, but I'm not. Oh, we gotta see a little grass out there now. Coming off that point, we got a little round flat point. Kind of comes out a pretty good ways off the bank, and then it's got some rock on it, and I know it's got some grass on it too. I'll be able to get us a little, I have seen a 9-1 come off of this. I've not caught a 9-pounder off of it, but I've seen one. I've caught some 8s, but never a 9. We'll fan cast around. Actually, let's get the brush hog out. Oh, that's not it. Need to put up some of these baits. Hold on just a second. This one's staying out. This one can go up. Put some of this down on the... That one can go down. And then this one can stand at the ready. All right. Alrighty. Alright, we got some grass growing. Oh yeah. Feeling some stuff down there. That's what you want. Well, it was just for a second though. When I quit feeling grass, I just reel it in slow for a second. See if there's any more, and then I rip it in. Make another cast. You gotta maximize your time. Ooh, what happened there? Professional overrun. Very professional. I did it as good as anybody can do it. Luckily, I'm also really good at getting them out. What I just noticed was that there was a little patch of grass on this left side. I'm gonna go back over here and kind of reposition and see what we can do about that. Give that a second to see if we can make that work at all. Then we'll go on the other side and give it a shot. To be honest, I've never really fished this left side all that much. All the grass when I was first fishing here was on that side, so might be some hidden gems not getting utilized over here. Still not, there's a little bit. What's down there is not real tall though. Yeah, there we go. There's some grass down there. I don't think it's just a little clump. See some shad working over there, that's good. Yeah, that's kind of looks like it's just a clump. It was just there for a second and then it was gone. And then we'll spin around and we'll work on around on the other side. Maybe we can find us a good one. All right, one more cast. I'm on Chickamauga Lake there, Braxton. I'm not going to talk about exactly where I'm at. If you know, you know. And gotta get out here and find it. I don't like talking about exactly where I'm fishing most of the time. Finding the fish is the hard part. Not that I'm finding any. And where I'm at, this is nothing really secret, but I'm not going to talk about it either. Let's cross on over this point. We'll work down the other side. Maybe I'll find another patch of grass that might actually have a fish on it. Okay. Yeah, we're in Chickamauga's in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yeah, it's a pretty good sized lake. I think it's about 55 miles from one end to the other. I don't know what the surface acreage is. But there's a lot of fish in here and there's some big ones. If you're into bass fishing, it's a pretty good one to it could be. There's a lot of grass out here under the water. But if you're interested in trying to catch a big fish, this is a good place to come in the early spring. Lots of big fish get caught early season here. There's been the state record was here until this year. Somebody broke it on Nickajack, which is the next lake down. My biggest is 1265, and I caught it within eye shot of where I'm sitting right now. But there's a lot of 5+ fish. It's just it can be stingy though. It's hard to learn. This is a very difficult lake to learn to fish well. And I don't consider myself a great fisherman here. I fish one little area and I know where I fish really, really good. And I can usually eke out some fish, but some of these guys, they can run those ledges and run different grass lines and they just stay on top of the fish. I'm not that good. And I don't fish here all the time. I like to travel around and fish different lakes, different times of year, and see if I can catch fish in different places and different different seasons and different weather conditions and stuff like that. State record's 15 something. I don't remember exactly what it was. My PB is 1265. Like I said, I caught it on a crankbait within eye shot of where I'm sitting right now. I can see the exact place where I caught that fish. And I caught it in February, like at the end of February. Yeah. Yeah, you don't hear about Nebraska in the big fish talk very much. I'm not sure what lakes. I know Oklahoma has some really good lakes, and then Arkansas, Missouri, but you don't hear about Nebraska very much. I guess Nebraska is even further north. Y'all probably have some pretty good smallmouth fishing though. So what's the river that runs through that? Is it the Platte River? That's supposed to be a pretty good one, I think. I'm not seeing any grass in here, and I'm not feeling any grass in here. There's a little bit. There's some ospreys over here chirping around. They're going crazy. All right, now we got some grass. And as usual, for my MO, I'm right on top of it. I knew better to get this close, but I did anyway. Okay. Oh, there you go. I've never really caught very many walleye. There is a good area to catch walleye here. Below Watts Bar Dam. I've caught some good ones down there. I've caught some that are in the 5-pound class. Oh, there he is. There he is. All right. Got one. He just took off with it. Not a biggie. All right, stop it. Still green. There we go. Hey, there we go. Doing a little hogging today. Well, the fish came right in there, so we'll throw it right back in there. That's good. Man, I'm glad to catch a fish right here. I haven't caught a fish here in a while. This used to be one of my go-to areas. And then all the grass died. Thought that fish was bigger than that the way he hit. Turkey's in smallmouth. Yeah. Smallmouth are great. I like catching smallmouth. One of these years I'm gonna make a trip up north, and I don't know if it's St. Lawrence River or maybe one of the Great Lakes, but I don't know how my boat will do up there, but I gotta give it a shot sometime. This boat handles rough weather on this lake pretty good, but I don't know how to handle rough weather up there. We got some grass. Oh, milfoil down there. Okay. Let me rig that back up. My little channel got dug through. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm in a big fish spot. That's all I can do. Can't make them bite. I've caught, in this little area where I'm at, I've probably caught 5 or 6 over 7 pounds. But it's been a few years since I've caught one that big over here. And the biggest one I've caught in here was 814, and I've seen a 9-1. So we're in a good spot for them. Yeah, I brought my buddy's dad and his friend with me. And he came up, they live in Atlanta, and he came up when I was working at the marina, and I said, all right, come on out, it's a good time. I had a bunch of just schoolie bass located off some points and flats and stuff. And we went out and caught a bunch of them, and then it was about 1 o'clock, and it was first or second week of June, and it was real hot, and they were struggling because they were probably in late 50s, early 60s, and they were just struggling with the heat. And his buddy caught a 9-1 right over there off that point I was just talking about. This has been several years ago, but he wasn't so hot after that. This area's got them, but you gotta really take your time through here. And then there's some stuff up shallow. If you don't catch anything out off this outside grass, there's some stuff up shallow that'll hold some. That's what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna fish through here. That's milfoil. I'm gonna fish through here, and if dang, it's grabbing it too, man. I'm gonna make a shallow pass, just like I do in some of these other places. Thinking as thick as that milfoil is out there, I don't need to cast so far. I can make a little shorter cast out. That's why my hook keeps popping through. Turn it around and try again. See how that does. I'm not sure what you mean by that question, Braxton. To me, it's like if you, I think it's just like a lot of times it's in places like this, especially where you have heavy cover, it's the tackle. You don't want to be out here fishing, 6-pound line, fishing in this heavy grass. You might be able to catch like 2 and 3 pounders, but if you get one that's 5 or 6 pounds and you're using real light stuff like that, your chances of getting the fish in just really decrease. I had that happen to me a few weeks ago. I was on Gunnersville. I was fishing a jerkbait on 8-pound line, and I had a good one hit me, took me in the grass. I couldn't do anything about it. So that's the number one thing. And this, what I'm using 20-pound line. This is a Dobbins rod, but they call it a mag heavy, so it's a really stiff rod. I got a big hook. A lot of people like smaller hooks, but I like bigger hooks because I feel like, it's got a big gap in it. So if a fish hits, it's going to get him. It's going to hook him a little deeper, I feel like. Whereas those little small hooks that have little skitty gaps in them, they can have a tendency to pull out. This one, that last fish had it pretty deep in his mouth. When you catch 2 and 3 pounders, usually they have it like it's not just through the skin around the lips. It's up in the mouth pretty good. But that's the main thing. Oh, there you go. What's up, possum? How are you doing today? But yeah, I mean, 7-pounders, that's a good bass anywhere you go. A 7-pound bass is a big bass. I mean, where you live, if you live in Nebraska, that's probably a really big bass for Nebraska. I mean, I don't know how many. Like I say, I don't hear about a lot of bass fishing from Nebraska often. I know it happens, but like you said, there's other stuff. You got walleye, and you got probably have some folks that do some trout fishing and stuff like that. Around here, it's all bass or trout. And then I do some striper stuff in the spring. I caught a couple of big ones in the spring. I caught one that was 20 and another one that was almost 28. It was like 27 and a half pounds. So but it's just the tackle. You got to have, you can land a big fish like that on light tackle. But when I'm fishing for the stripers, I'm using like 60-pound braid. I usually fish for it with an Alabama rig. So I'm using like good hooks on my Alabama rig, heavy line, and I actually use a swim bait rod for that. I used to use this rod, and this rod does a good job, but I bought a swim bait rod this year just for Alabama rigs. But again, mag heavy. I mean, you're catching 20-pound plus fish, or even a double-digit bass. A double-digit bass is a big bass. I caught mine on a crankbait, and it was on 15-pound line, and it had one little hook in the bottom of it. And the only reason I got that fish in is because there wasn't any cover around, and I was able just to let him do whatever he wanted to, and just really, really. Sometimes you got to know when to fight them gingerly too. Sometimes if you're fishing with big hooks and big line, you can play a fish a little bit harder than you can with little number 6 treble hooks. So you have to know where that's at, where that place is. Good grass in here this year. Not any fish to go with it, but there's some good grass. And I don't know what the watercolor and everything looks like where you live. But some of that gin clear stuff it's about cover too. If you're fishing a lot of rock and stuff like that, you can get away with light line. But if you're fishing wood, fishing grass, you got to beef up. Especially with this kind of grass we have around here. This stuff, they'll dive in it, and you got to be able to pull them out, or at least keep good pressure on them until they work themselves out. Hey, thanks, Possum. I appreciate it. There's some. Yeah, swim baits are good. To be honest, I don't use them a whole lot. The only time I use them around here is when we have pond, all this stuff that you see matted out here, that's pondweed. When it first starts coming up, before all the other grass that grows starts coming up, it usually comes up first. And they'll be in it from after the spawn in the May-June time frame. And I fish it like a spinnerbait. I fish a belly weighted swim bait like a weedless belly weighted swim bait. I fish it like a spinnerbait. I just cast it up in that stuff, reel it through it. The only other time I really use swim baits is on the Alabama rig, and then I use a little. I go cheap. I don't think that the brand makes a whole lot of difference. I just use like Zoom Swimming Super Flukes, and I have caught just about everything that swims on a Zoom Swimming Super Fluke, including tarpon, snook, like few months ago I was in Florida. I hooked a tarpon that was over 100 pounds on a 3-inch swimming super fluke. So they'll hit that, and that's what I use on my Alabama rigs too. And I've caught bass up to 9 pounds on it. I've caught 30-pound stripers on it, 20-pound catfish. Like, I don't get real like brand wise. That's a bait that it looks good. It looks good and it's cheap. You get a 10-pack for the same price you pay for one swim bait of another brand. But I fish it. If you watch me, I'll fish just about everything. I'll fish crankbaits, jerk baits, soft plastics, a lot of top water. Certain times of the year, I had a really good show earlier this year on a buzz bait. I caught some good fish on a buzz bait this year. It was a really cool day. But I like jigs in the springtime. Here he is. Ta-da, little guy. That's a little short fat guy, like a little football. He got a crawfish tail in his mouth. We got a little short stocky guy. Weird. Yeah, I love topwater. That's my favorite thing. If anybody asks me what I was an expert at, I'm an expert at topwater fishing. I catch fish on other stuff. Yeah, brush hog's good. Am I fishing the lakeside? I am fishing in Chickamauga Lake, yes. I'm about 7 or 8 miles from the dam where I'm at right now. Hey, thanks, Possum. I appreciate it. Ooh, I got in here a little close, I think. But yeah, I mean, if you watch my stuff, especially in May and June, I fish a lot of topwater, fish spinner baits, and it's basically, I mean, it's all dependent on, you know, I look at the time of year, I look at the water color, water temperature. I just look at baits like tools. You know, you try to pick the best tool for the job. You know, sometimes the water's muddy and you know, you're not going to get very many bites on a brush hog or a topwater or something. So you go to a crankbait or a spinnerbait or a jig or something like that. And then other times you get real clear water and you're not going to get bites on a, you know, you're not going to get bites on a big gaudy jig or a brush hog. And so you can put a jerk bait on, you can do a jerk bait. And sometimes I just fish stuff because I want to. Sometimes I'm like, well, I don't think this is the right thing, but I want to try it anyway. So I'll do that. I mean, that's what makes... I don't go around Harbor Lights very often. I don't go up that far in the lake usually. I keep in the Harrison Bay, Dallas Bay area most of the time. And then if I'm fishing around here and I'm not fishing in those areas, I usually go up in the Hiawassee River. And I like doing that in the fall because it's just less boat traffic and you just get numbers. You know, when it starts getting, we haven't had real good grass in the fall. So when the water starts going down in the fall, all those fish just kind of suck out to the river, and it seems like it's a little bit better. Sorry, Dave. I've been fishing here for a long time. I think I've lived here for about 12 years now, and this has always been one of my little go-to spots. Catch a fish or two. I just try to keep it moving around here. I'm about to make a shallow pass. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I was saying earlier, I've caught 5 or 6 personally right in this area, over 7 pounds. And I've seen one that was 9.1. I've had My buddy caught a 10.7 with me, and I've caught a 12.65, and that's the only 2 double-digit fish I've ever had come in my boat. But yeah, this lake, they did a really good job getting it to where it was basically a world-class bass fishery, and then they've done a really horrible job maintaining it, I think. I don't know that there's a lot of stocking programs still going on. Just the city of Chattanooga is not really hospitable towards bass fishermen in general. I know they've had some mayors and stuff where they wanted to do big tournaments here, and they didn't want to do it, so they're doing them up in Dayton. And the city's really lost out on a lot of money as a result. But and I don't know that they're still doing all the stocking programs, and all these tournaments we have, they have a pretty high mortality rate, I think. I don't have any proof behind that, but just basically seeing the numbers of bass that used to be caught and the size of bass that used to be caught. Some of that has to do with the with all the cover and everything that's been in decline in the last few years. But that just goes back to them letting everybody spray the grass. Like, to me, that's criminal. I was over at Chester Frost a few weeks ago, and I saw where they had posted up. I mean, it was real obscure. They just staple a sheet of paper to a tree saying that they sprayed, and they had actually sprayed the day before I got there. And I was out there, and there were people swimming in that crap, you know, and it just kills off the vegetation. It's not good. It's not good for the health of the water. And we drink that water, you know. If it's not good enough to swim in, why in the world would you want to drink it? Little guy just came up and popped. Nope. So that's my soapbox on the spraying. And there's also there's alternate methods. It's not like spraying is the only way to keep these weeds down. There's mechanical harvesting and stuff like that. So, like, it's not the only thing that they can do. It's just the only thing they want to do. And they also spray in places where they don't need to be spraying. I know that there's a big long bar out in front of Chester Frost, like, where if they don't spray it, it's great fishing, and it's also not in the waterway. It's not in the main channel. So why are you killing that? That's my soapbox. So I'm gonna get back to popping my little popper here. Maybe I get one come up over this pondweed. Some good looking pondweed right through here. Probably should have started here this morning. I'll probably have one, probably caught a big one. Once the sun gets out, I don't do too good on top water, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. As a little aside, it's almost riser bait time, and if you guys fish around places where there's schooling fish and you don't have a riser bait tied on, you're missing out. That thing is the absolute best bait to catch fish when they come up and start busting on shad. It looks the most like either like a shad spawn bait or a little minnow fling. It's the most realistic looking thing I've ever seen, and they will hit it. You'll catch fish on that thing around schoolies. When they come up and hit the surface, you'll catch things on that will not catch otherwise. You can throw crankbaits and topwaters and all kinds of stuff, and flukes. Throw all that stuff and they won't touch it. You throw that riser bait and they'll get it. Oh, I missed him. I missed him. Throw it back in there. Oh man, darn. That's what I get for talking. That's the way they've been treating me today though. This clear water, usually they come up and just blast it. But the last couple of days they've been coming up just kind of swiping. I don't know if that's a fishing pressure deal or what, but yeah, Braxton, I don't know if you ever do this kind of rapid popping a pop R, but if you like a top R, this is a good way to do them when the water starts getting hot. I like a pop R. Pop R is one of my top 3 favorite baits to fish. I got a little. The others are crankbait and spinnerbait, but I grew up fishing a lot of top water when I grew up, and where I fished it was kind of dingy, so we'd fish it real slow. And I just learned about this fast popping like 2 or 3 years ago, and it's kind of changed the way I fish a little. Well, it's changed the way I fish a lot in clear water. I find this to be a little bit easier to fish than a spook style bait, but it darts and it's real erratic, and they come up and blast it. And I caught a 7.9 on it this spring, so I know. Actually, I think it was in May or June. But so big ones will get it. It's especially good around here when this grass first starts coming up in the shallows. Okay. I've never fished with the mega bass ones. The stuff I use is pretty old school. I use pop R's, and I like lunker lure buzz baits. I've got a mega bass buzz bait, but I've never really used it. I don't know of too much stuff that can beat that. For me, that lunker lure is hard to beat. I don't know what it is about it, but it is a very solid producer. Especially when you can get one that sounds just like, when you get it to where it sounds right. It's got that good squeak on it. I've never had luck on the clackers or they have to be for me, they have to be an offset blade. Can't be the ones that the blades go all the way through the middle. It can't be a clacker, and it can't be like a double buzz or anything like that. Just a single offset buzz bait. That's my jam on the buzzer. And then these pop R's, I'm sure there's some on the market that do what I make mine do, but I sand them down. I sand them down to where they're a lot thinner. I sand the bottom lip off of them to where they spit a little bit more. You can still plop them if you want to, but they don't. But straight out of the box, they're not. Straight out of the box, they don't do what I want them to do. So I have to make some mods to them. And when you sand them down on the sides and you make them a little bit thinner, it makes them dance a little bit more when you're working them fast. They kind of they kind of dart around and they're a lot more erratic. And I put little fine wire hooks on mine because I feel like it hooks the fish a little bit better. And then I just play them how I need to play them based on the cover. Sometimes you gotta get a little aggressive on it and you may lose the fish in some grass, but if you get them out here doing like what I'm doing now, there's grass down here. But you get them like I'm doing now, you can usually get them away from the cover and you can just kind of play them slow and don't lose a whole lot. Well, don't lose as many as you think you might on these small hooks. And I used to use owner hooks, just so everybody knows, I used to use owner hooks on these and some other crankbaits and my jerk baits. And I found that those owner hooks, they're just not as strong as a Gamakatsu side by side. Gamakatsu hooks, they've got a little bit better wire on them, I think, in the same size. That's where I'm supposed to get a hit right there. Kaboom! That's where he's supposed to blow up. So that's my 2 cents. Especially those jerkbait hooks, those like small hooks, like size 8 that I use on my like my 110 junior jerk baits. Owner is an awful hook for those, but the Gamakatsu doesn't bend out like that. They stay nice and stiff most of the time. On the flip side of that, their G-finesse hooks, they're real brittle. I'm pretty basic on for gear ratio. I'm pretty basic. I don't even know what my spinning reels are. I think they're 6-to-1 or something. My bait cast reels, 6.2-to-1 is what I like the most. I like a little bit slower reel for a crankbait and spinnerbait most of the time. For a deep lipped crankbait and a spinnerbait. When I'm square billing or fishing a rattle trap or something like that, I use a 6.2-to-1. I don't use anything faster than that. I have one reel that's a 6.8, and I use it for I just use it for a swim jig. But everything I use is 6.2-to-1. I don't like fast reels. I don't like they don't have the right feel to me. You lose some handle sensitivity when you start going up on gear ratio. And a lot of stuff you don't need handle sensitivity, to be fair. But I like to be able to feel my bait. And a lot of times, especially with square bills and stuff like that, can't do it. Can't do it with a fast gear ratio reel. It just does not work. I don't care what anybody tells you. Man. I'll be a fish or two around this pond. We come up and blast this thing. But that sun came out, and that usually means it's done. We did have one bite. That was just enough to get me, just enough to tease. I was gonna stay till dinner, or till this evening, or come back at dark. This thing probably crushed right here, right at dark. There he is. Little guy. Ta-da! A little top wheezy bass. A little 12, 13 incher. He was right around that pondweed. Right when I was ready to give up on it. Throw in there one more time, see if there's another one in there. This is a good, if you want to catch a big one, this is a good lake to fish like. I think guys catch them on mag drafts and stuff, but it's also a good glide bait lake. It's got the right water clarity and depth and everything, and it's got big fish in it. It's a good lake to try that out if you're interested in trying out a glide bait. All right, I'm about to crank up and go somewhere else. We've caught 3 little babies right here. I got about another hour and a half to fish, and I'm maybe a little bit longer. I'm gonna try just a little bit of some one little top water area. I use Shimano. Well, I used to use Lew's, and then I kind of figured out that their tolerances aren't all that great. And I always have problems with the thumb bar. The pinion gear doesn't fully release from the main gear, so it grinds. So I'm going back to Shimano, and now I'm buying Curados. I'm not buying anything else anymore. I used all that stuff. I used Shimano's growing up. And that's all I'm using anymore, because they're Daiwa reels have a weird feel to them for me, so I don't use those. What's up, Don? Daiwa reels have a really weird feel, but Shimano reels, all their tolerances are really good. Like, their bearings are great. And if you maintain them, they're going to last a long time, especially if you buy the higher end stuff. I'm just plugging everything up here. I gotta keep my phone charged, and I bought a new cooler thing for it. I'm trying that out. That battery life dies pretty quick on that though, so I'm just gonna set it in the floor. All right, let's make a little run here. To me, I like everything about Shimano. I like the braking system. I like the only complaint I have is that some of the drags on them are a little bit, they slip at kind of a lower pound test than other ones will. Whereas like your Lew's might have 20 pounds of drag, a Shimano may only have 7 or 9. But most of the time you don't need more than 7 or 9. All right. I was going to blast on through here, but I'm just going right over there. But I wanted to see how the pondweed situation was and the grass right through this little cut. Like, we got some good grass coming up. Man, that's got some good holes in it too. Good deep pondweed out here. Good looking pondweed situation. do just a little bit inside these islands and see if there's any fish to be caught up in here, and then go around fish on the outside a little bit. Yeah, I haven't used a Garcia reel in a really long time. Like I say, when I first started fishing, I used Shimano's, and then I got away from them for a few years because I saw these new Lures, and I was like, oh, those are good reels. And we used a little bit of Quantum stuff when I was a kid too, which they were a pretty good reel when they first came out, and then they just kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened with them. But it's kind of neat. You got a little high piece of grass here, and then you got a little cut on the side of it. But I'm just back to them because I just really, I like something I'm not going to have to mess with all the time. And I know with these reels, I'm not going to have to mess with something all the time. Man, that guy's fishing my little area I wanted to fish. I didn't see him. This isn't, when I fish shallow, if I see like a lot of hydrilla coming right up to the surface, usually I don't like that, and that's what I'm seeing right here. So I'm probably not going to stick this out. There's a lot of, yeah, this is, I wanted to see about the, yeah, this is not really my jam. There's a little road bed that crosses right here. I'm gonna fish. There ought to be a little area that doesn't have any grass in it. There may be a fish or two hanging out in that. This is it's like we got some hydrilla, got a little coontail mixed in. Not seeing much else. Ooh, I mean, I was getting, and that's where my road bed is. Oh, I got some, is that some shad moving through? We got some shad moving through this real shallow stuff. I'm gonna let this wind kind of drift me through. Yeah, I'm in the Harrison Bay area. Oh yeah, there's some high dollar stuff out there. You can spend as much as you want. You can spend as much as you want on fishing tackle. I've got my Mega Bass jerkbait rod. It's not that much, but it's a pretty expensive one. And when you start getting up that high, like what you're feeling is completely different than what you feel with a $100 rod. It's not a good or bad thing there. It's just I would having fished with some high dollar stuff, I would definitely rather fish with high dollar stuff. Oh yeah, I don't know if y'all can see this. Right where this road bed is, there's a hardcore drop off right there. But it's got some pondweed growing up through it. That's different. On the flip side of that, like the more you spend on tackle, like the more you spend on high dollar fishing rods and reels, to me the more the more enjoyable rods and reels are. Is that a fish? No. But on the flip side of that, I'll use cheap lures like this pop R I'm using today. I mean, when I bought this, I bought 10 of them that were new in package for 30 bucks. I found them on eBay and somebody was just getting rid of them, I guess. But so there's some baits where it's worth it to spend a little bit more money. I think jerk baits is one of those categories. Jerk baits and glides are probably the two biggest categories where it's really worth it to spend more money. Somebody will argue with me about that and say chatterbaits, or I don't even know what else. But you know, you can find a soft plastic that performs just as well as a mag draft. That's cheaper than a mag draft, I guarantee you. But jerk baits, you're gonna get what you pay for in a jerk bait. And a glide bait, you get what you pay for in a glide bait too. I've got one, a buddy of mine sold it to me. It's some custom, it's a wooden job and it's custom. And I think they were going for 150 bucks. I gave him like 70 bucks for that and some other stuff. And it is an amazing glide bait. Now, I've never caught a fish on it, but it looks great in the water. Yeah, 350 is I think I would like to have some Bantam reels. The only problem for me is when you start getting these high dollar reels, they're real light and they're small. And I fish a lot of 20-pound lines, so I need 200 size reels. And the only good Shimano 200 size, I think they make a Tranx too, but the only one they make besides the Tranx is the Corrado. So if I want something that has a little bit extra line capacity, this is it. Lew's has a few, but Lew's doesn't have the quality of reel. So, and there is some good looking pondweed back in here, man. I'm talking about some really good looking pondweed. So I'm kind of in a position right now where the only reel that I can buy for a bait caster is this. Now, last year I bought a Vanford spinning reel, and that is a great spinning reel. I think it was $250, might have been $300, I don't remember, but it's the most expensive reel I have, and that's what I use on my jerkbait with my high dollar megabass rod, and it is a great spinning reel. Shimano's real good about, like, over time they kind of incorporate some of their higher dollar features into their less expensive stuff too. Like they'll have a reel. Several years ago they had those CI4 frames, like carbon frame reels, and they only did it for their highest you know, their top of the line stuff, and then they've started leaching it out into their $200 stuff, you know. So it's just my brand of choice. Man, there's some Let's see something right over here. Let me. It's like a little. Ooh, what is the pond? I saw a little. I'm kind of sitting in a little ditch, and there's another little section of grass here, and I threw out there and got the only thing floating out in the whole bay here. It's annoying. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. Well, maybe it's not the only thing. Is there some topped out grass over there? Some good holes. There's another one. Maybe it's something I just can't see. I can get a little edge of this where this grass is kind of topped out and then drops out. I'll stay on that and see if there's anything hanging out in the trough. I don't fish up in here very often. And I don't know what that guy's doing, but I'm gonna cross over. I'm not liking this. This other side's where I wanted to go, but that boat came out of there and I kind of decided not to do it, and I need to do it. It's where your better grass is. Got some hydrilla. Got a good mix right in here. Yeah, another couple of weeks, this will all be topped out in here. Making the water clear, that's for sure. That's I get a little bit deeper out here, so we're gonna just kind of throw this across this bay. There's a lot of, this grass looks great out here. A lot of holes. It's 3 or 4 feet off the surface. Well, the bait's not working. There's a log out here in the middle of this thing. One log. And I hooked a monster out here one time. And I don't know if it was a bass or what, but it wrapped my line all over it. I picked it up. I was able to pick it up, and it was just, it had woven itself all through that log. It had just, yeah, I don't have a whole lot of rods over. I think I've got one rod over $200. I don't spend. As I'm replacing stuff, I'm starting to spend more money on them. But most of I like the. If you're looking for something that's a good budget rod, the Dobbins Fury is probably the best thing out there in the I don't know what they are, at the $130, $140 range. I'm kind of swapping over to Dobbins. I like the actions of them. I like the way that they fish. I kind of think that they might be a little bit underpowered. Well, I'm sorry, that's not necessarily true. But a heavy action rod feels more like a medium heavy. But they're designed for casting a certain weight line, or a certain weight lure. So, golly, that's a good fish. Get it. He's on it. He's on it. He's right next to the boat. Oh, 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 oh. That's like a 3-pounder came up and hit it right next to the boat. And I saw him tracking it after that too. That's cool. Yeah, Don, this is a good area. I've caught. This is my area of the lake right here that I fish. I do this. I do Chester Frost and the Hiawassee River, and the rest of it I largely don't bother with. Ooh. I don't feel like there's a lot of. I mean, I guess if you know every little nook and cranny along the way, there's some value in learning every inch of the lake. But I picked an area that I knew where fish would be year round. So you got them in here. They go out to the river. The river's right there. I mean, so that's my philosophy on fishing spots. You can run one into the other, but you're just kind of chasing your tail a lot of times. If you don't spend a whole lot of time on the water, that's not the best strategy. You just pick an area you like that's near your house or something like that, then learn it really well. Learn it well, and then you can catch fish out of it year round. I catch fish. I don't always catch the most out of here, but I've won some money around here. Unfortunately, I didn't get started in the tournament game around here early. I didn't feel like, when I first moved here, people were catching 35. It took 35 pounds to win. I was like, there's no way I can even compete with that, which was true because I've never caught a 35-pound stringer in my life. But when I started was when forward-facing sonar really started coming on hard, and then there's a couple of guys that do really, really well in those CBAs and stuff, and they are, I mean, it's hard to compete with that. If you're not willing to spend the money and the time to learn that stuff, it's hard to compete with the guys that do, and it's just not an uneven playing field. Is not where I want to be in tournament fishing, and I also don't want to have to spend another $3,000 or $4,000 to even the playing field. For a tournament that tops out at $2,500, $3,000, like if you're not going to win a couple of those a year. And the best we ever did, I think we finished second in the Classic the first year we fished it. I don't remember what we got for that. I think it was $1,500 or something. And then I think the highest finish we had in a regular season was second or third. So, that was the only year that I feel like I even came close to breaking even on fishing. And I still think I still don't think we did. Oh man, this grass in here. Grass just looks good in here. Just so much of it. I'm gonna kind of cut through over to the other side. There's a little. I'm gonna see what it looks like over there, because just making my way to the other side. This is a situation, if I get a bite, I got little bitty trebles, but I got to put some. I mean, grass is right underneath the surface. You get a bass on this stuff, you gotta You got to put the screws on them quick to get them up. If you lose them because of the trebles, you lose them because of the trebles. But otherwise, you gotta try. All right, we're gonna scoot on through here. I haven't been up there lately. I don't normally go up there. Well, I don't normally fish around the split. I normally go up in the river. But when I go up there, it's usually the fall. I'll probably start going up there in October. Whenever it is, they start dropping the water out. That's when I like fishing up in the Hiawassee area in the river. There's a glow stick. Caught some good fish right here in the spring. Had one jump me off about 6 pounds. And we'll get through this little cut through, and then I can't tell if that's where the grass is growing out there. Looks like it could be. Oh, a turtle. Kind of get through here and pick up the hog again. Got about an hour of fishing left, folks. But appreciate everybody coming out here and stealing my spots. Not that I'm showing anybody anything really. I'm just out here drifting around. Okay. It's a little high spot right in here. Looks like we got grass all out in here, so it's probably going to be a non-factor, but I wanted to check it anyway. Check a couple of these little places inside these islands and see. It's hard when it gets like this in these islands because, I mean, fish can be anywhere. That's you know, you could have them all schooled up in a little hole in the grass, or they could be out scattered out throughout the grass, just feeding individually and doing stuff like that. I mean, they can be anywhere in this stuff. And what I may do is well, I don't know. I'm gonna go out here. I'm gonna fish this little hump area. Then I'm gonna go out behind that boat where I know there's some. I want to see what the grass situation looks like in that little pinch point out there. But when you're looking at that's one thing I learned from Gunnersville. Contours basically mean nothing if you're not on a grass edge. It doesn't matter if you have a hump or a dip or whatever. If all your grass is the same height, contours mean nothing. So you have to find a grass edge, or you got to find a high spot in the grass. That's what holds fish in grass, or a hole. I mean, I'm sitting out here in 8 or 9 feet of water, and there's grass everywhere. So I would need to go out until I find the line, and then mark that line to be what I think would need to be done to be successful. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go out to the end of this. There's a hump out here. I'm gonna go out to the end of it, see if I can find a line. I'm gonna work that, and then there's another little stretch that sometimes is good. That sometimes has some grass on it. Depending on how this looks out here, I may crank this. Right now I'm not seeing any kind of defined edge, but we might see one as we go. And this wind's blowing me the direction I'm going, so I just kind of let it drift and stay off the trolling motor. Well, I might have got out here a little bit far. But I don't know yet because I got out here a little bit far. I didn't want to get in too close, so I'm notorious for getting on top of something. That's, if I have a downfall in fishing, that's one of my downfalls is I get in too close. But I know it about myself and I try to do better. No grass. Not feeling squat out there. Not diddly squat. Nope. This isn't happening. Let's go look at the next little area. That's not working. You gotta know it when you see it. Ooh, now there's some stuff out here in the middle. That's interesting. Wasn't anything up shallow, but then there's some stuff out. I'll mark that for later. Well, missed it. isolated clumps right through here. Let's give this a shot. Fish a brush hog for a minute or two, and then I'll probably just go to something I can move a little faster, just to well, I saw some down there, but I'm not feeling anything. All right, I'm just gonna fish the brush hog. I mean, not the brush hog. I'm gonna fish a jerkbait through here. See if we can pick up one that's. While we go through and see if there's any. Oh, there is some good grass in here, so we'll just kind of keep it out off this break. It looks like there might be better grass out in the deeper water than there is up on the shallower stuff. Excuse me. Sitting about 9 feet. And we'll get a bite. I'm gonna fish down here a little ways, and I'm gonna cut across where there's a little hump. If we don't get a bite in either of those spots, we're gonna go back around, fish some grass on the outside of the islands, and then it should be time to go. Give this 15 or 20 minutes, and then I got 1 or 2 spots on the outside I want to fish, and that's it. Man, there used to be some really good hydrilla coontail right through here, and then it just disappeared. I have a suspicion that all these, I have not seen this, but I think all these airboat guys, they can't keep that stuff in the tanks, because I think it's some kind of corrosive or something, and so they have to dump it, and then they just come out here in the river in places and just dump whatever else they have after they've done their job. I think that's what's going on here, but who knows? What do I know? Not seeing any grass. But there's also some rock out there. Yeah. I'm gonna cross over. There's a little hump right here, and then there's a big area that's got a road bed on it. Just keep the bait wet in the meantime while we're making our crossing. And we've had some nasty looking clouds come over today, but so far we haven't had any rain. That's good. All right. I do know there's some good eel grass in the back of that pocket. There is some good grass on that bank. I'm actually a little bit surprised nobody's messing with it. All right. If there's any grass on this flat at all, there may be a fish on it. So far, no evidence. No evidence to support grass or bass. There is some gorilla snot though, I do know that. That old black algae that grows on the bottom, it's all over the place out here. A few years ago there was a little pondweed clump that got up, and I caught some big fish off of it. Yeah, we did have a big storm yesterday evening, Don. It was nasty. I was happy to get the bites that I had this morning after all that, but I don't know how much it really bothers summertime fish. I think fall and winter fish really get hit up by those fronts that move through. But what have we got? That's not a fish. Go back in there and see if that's something floating, or if that's something, or is it floating or is it growing? Oh, come on. They got fouled up. Okay. And just a little bit closer. I got a little mark where I was sitting when I caught a big fish one time, and that's the only place I've ever been able to catch any fish off of this, is when I'm on that mark and making a very specific cast. I'm not sure exactly what's down there to do that, but if it works, it works. All right. No bites. Not seeing what I need to see. Not getting any bites. Let's move on. Taking a ride. Oh, me. So where do we want to go? You know. Do a little quick scanning. kind of doing a little quick scanning. You know, when you're out here running around, doesn't hurt to take a look, see if you can find something that find something that you can use for later. Just kind of get out here and I'd see a couple of places through here that looked like they were good, but I'm not seeing anything that's got the right kind of grass on it that I'm looking for. Yeah, that's wild. None of it. That's wild. I would have expected to see at least some grass over there. All right, let's hit a little community, couple of community holes. We'll fish this for a few minutes, and we'll fish up next to the highway for a few minutes, and then it'll be time to go. Oh, how's everybody doing today? Go through here, there's a little saddle up in front of us, has some grass that grows off the edge of it, and that's where I'm gonna do a little brush hogging, see if we can get another little soft plastic bite. It's been kind of I haven't done any cranking today. I probably should have. I kind of made up my mind yesterday that I wanted to fish a little. I'll make one cast right back there just while I'm drifting. Made up my mind yesterday I was going to fish a brush hog a little bit today, so been doing that in the spinnerbait. There's a little strip of something that grows right there. It ought to have the biggest bass in the whole lake sitting on it. But it doesn't. Okay. Get out just a little bit deeper here. Get locked into find this grass that's growing out here and see if we can pull anything out of it. Yeah, there's a little bit of it. Sitting in about 13, casting up shallower. Got some grass growing kind of deep out here too. This is a place where you usually get some pondweed, but I'm not seeing any growing out there, so I feel some stuff. I don't know if it's pondweed or not. Generally, I kind of like to know what kind of grass I'm fishing. Man, this is okay. This is definitely not a sleeper place. Braxton, I'm going right here. I've already been fishing around here once. I fished over there earlier today, but now I'm kind of moved out off the break a little bit. There's some vegetation that grows off this break, and just working that brush hog out off the break. Good looking stuff down there. I don't know what it is. I suspect that it's pondweed. A little bit of threat of rain's got the boat traffic kind of knocked down a little bit today. So that's good. Everybody wants to get out when it's super sunny. This is actually a better day to be out than when it's sunny, if you ask me, but nobody asked me. Hey, what's up, C-Web? Thanks, I appreciate it. I haven't caught a giant in a while. We're gonna keep trying though. This is a good lake for it. It's stingy sometimes though. Yeah, there's some. We caught a bunch of small ones today. Does that count? If you put all of them together, they might be 10 pounds. I'm gonna turn the boat around now. I've been talking about this earlier, turning the boat around facing, and the current is blowing the exact right direction for me to do that now. The wind on Chickamauga has always baffled me. It says, oh, it's coming out of the south. And it'll come out of the south in one place, and then you go somewhere else where you should be protected from a south wind, and then it's coming out of the east or the west, or even the north. It does some weird cycling down through here. Ooh. Let's do a little spot lock in here and cast around. So we've got pondweed that grows kind of out deep, and then over in here where there's some other stuff that kind of grows. So I'm gonna kind of hold the boat, fan cast around, see if we can find anywhere where there might be some fish hanging in that stuff. Actually, I need to look over here. Yeah, boat's sitting in about 15 right here. This is a deep pocket. It kind of comes down and dips up near that saddle, and then comes back out again. So it's a good place for them to kind of hide and hang out. Put my fishing ninja on, try to protect my nose a little bit. Fish Ninja. What time is it? What time is it? 11:50. All this stuff around here used to be the jam, but I hear everybody talking about how it's not really any good. I mean, I'm not seeing any evidence that's any good, but it's not any good anymore, and that you got to be fishing up the river now, and I'm inclined to buy that. It is tough. It gets a lot of pressure. That's that sweet spot right there, but I didn't get a bite. That's a sweet spot anyway. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna kind of reposition here. see what we got. Oh man. We'd at least get a bite right here. Seeing as how I don't beat them up on a weekly basis like I used to, you'd think there'd be a few fish out here that might still be interested. Guess everybody else is beating them up. Yep. All right. Moving on. We'll go to the other side of this marina, fish down the highway with a jerk, and then I think that'll probably be about all she wrote for the day. But I'm glad everybody's coming in and watching. Kind of cool. I'm always amazed that people are interested in what I do, and I think it's pretty cool that you are. And if you have any questions, you know, just send me a message. I'll do my best to answer it. I'm just gonna rock it down through here with this jerk bait. I think that was a rock. And then there's a couple of road beds down through here. We're gonna, once we get past this riprap, there's a road bed just keeps going down the lane. We're just gonna follow that. Might be some grass on it. If not, there's at least a break there with some hard bottom. So. If I see something that I need to fish a, oh, what's it called? I need to see something I need to fish the brush hog on, I'll pull that out and start fishing that. But right now I'm just going to fish a jerkbait. It's just a good water covering bait. Just kind of drift. That tree right there is a heron nesting spot. Always 3 or 4 heron up in that thing. Surprise! Oh, and there's a fish underneath it too. Aha! Oh, okay. Smallie. Got a smallie. Oh, quick release. That's all right. My bait was all tangled up in the line. Smallmouth. Now I would wager that fish is there. That fish was right up on the bank, and I would wager that he is there because of, my goodness, got my line all tangled in my hooks. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to retie. Because of oh, what are they called? Mayflies. That's a smallmouth mayfly looking area right there. When you catch a smallmouth right on the bank underneath a tree on this lake, that's normally why, because there's something there, some kind of bug coming out there that they want to eat on. I'm gonna retie. We'll make another cast and should have got him in so I could get credit for the multiple species today. Haven't caught anything but bass. Normally when I fish a jerkbait, I catch bass and brim and spotted bass. It's also got a little bit of shade right there. That could be something to do with it too. Take one more cast up in there. See what we got. Usually get a bite in a place like that, there's usually a couple more in there. But not today. Grass, what we got? Yeah, we got a little milfoil. We won't be fishing over that grass. Try to keep the boat out just a little bit. Much of good looking grass in this pocket. If I had a little bit more time, I'd slow down and pitch that brush hog down this grass line, but I got to be out of here in about 20 or 30 minutes. So, but I appreciate everybody stopping in and take a look today. That's pretty cool. Hopefully we can catch another fish or two before it's over with and give y'all something to look at. Been a nice day. Not too hot. I think I need to make just a little bit longer cast. When you're fishing a jerkbait over this grass like this, you need to be, every now and then you need to dig some of it up to know you're getting down there as deep as you need to be. You want to kind of just be going right over the top of it if you can. And then we've got this little opening here, so I'll make a little bit longer cast around the opening. Maybe there's some deeper stuff sitting in the middle of it. Doesn't look like the grass is quite as thick out in there as it is off the edges of the roadbed proper, which is, that's what you would expect. You would expect it to kind of follow the depth. That's a little deeper in the middle. Let me get repositioned out just a tad. This is a great place for these bass just to migrate up and down. Pretty decent spring area. I've not done great there in the summertime. I don't fish it very much in the summertime, to be honest, but so I'm giving it a shot. I know when I first started fishing tournaments here, there was a boat that used to stop in here as its first stop every event. But there might be a clump of eelgrass right out there in the middle. I will mark that. That is something that needs to be checked again later. Yeah, one little clump of eelgrass. That's interesting. It's a good place for them to stop off and hang out. It's kind of out in the mouth of this thing. Ooh, I'm really surprised I haven't got a bite or two through here. Usually there's if nothing else, there's some small fish. Maybe a big old mama will surprise me here in a minute. High hopes, low expectations. I'm not seeing any grass on this side of the break though. Just keep on working down through there. What's the water up to now? Still at 86? Yep, still at 86 degrees. Nice warm bath water out there for them. No bites. I guess I should have been out in the river. Sun's trying to peek his head out there. Looks like we got more clouds coming though. Trying to get that reaction bite, you know, just keeping the bait moving, keeping the bait wet, covering water. I'm not a scoper, so I don't have any of that stuff to lean on. I'll kind of tilt out a little bit because we're starting to get up on where this road bed comes up. Bomb a cast out. Sitting on top of it right now, so we're gonna fish behind us a little bit. Man, slow day. Should have really taken advantage of my morning bite, but I mean, we got some bites. We got some decent fish this morning, like 2.5 pounders. Nothing monster. go to the bank. Do a little parallelogramming. Or at least some 45s. We'll do a little 45, and how about that? I never have done much on this bank, but I thought I'd give it a shot. Aha! Fish! Yeah, looks like another smallie. Ooh, yeah, he's jumping. Little baby. Oh, it's not a smallie, it's a largemouth. Little baby. Your typical jerkbait bass right there. About 12 inches long. Well, not even 12 inches long. He was dark. Well, we got one. Nope, there's another one. I don't think that's a fish. No. What was that? Oh, it was just some grass. A little pondweed growing up in there, huh? Well, changes the calculus a little bit. That's probably what that fish came off of. We fish up to about where that limb's hanging over, and then that's it. Caught one little dinky doo end of day fat fish. Hey, at least it's something. Now you gotta be thankful that you don't get skunked, you know. That happens to me maybe once a year. It doesn't happen very often. Parallel on this little jerk bait, covering some water. Just seeing if I can get a quick quick reaction strike by something hanging out on this, on the side of this riprap. Oh, ooh. What have we got? Good fish, good fish. And we'll drop down my drag. We got him in the open water, so we're gonna let him run. And I think we got him foul hooked. No, we don't. Oh no, no. Dang it. He wasn't huge, but oh, now we're getting rocked. It's probably 2.5, 3 pounder. He crushed it though. He came up and just absolutely crushed that bait. He didn't crush it good enough. He didn't get it in his mouth, right? First time I've ever had any bites down through here, I think. If there's been any mayflies hanging around, there'll be some fish around these overhanging limbs. I always look to see if I see any spider webs with them or anything, but got a couple of scales off that last fish. Fishing these overhanging limbs, I'm trying to get it as close to them as I can, but they don't have any space underneath them. I like it when you got some space underneath them and you can pitch like a swim jig or a crankbait or something under there and work it out. I'm just kind of sticking with this jerk and seeing if I can coax something to maybe come out of there and grab it. Not going to do anything if you got a leaf on your bait. They not well, I think that about does it for me. I got somewhere to be this afternoon, so I'm gonna call it a day. Get right up against this bank again and see if we can get one more bite. Yep. But figure there'd be some, if they were on this bank, you figure they'd be hanging out underneath the shade. Well, that's my last cast. Appreciate everybody coming out and watching today. It's always pretty cool. Sorry it wasn't a better day of fishing. We got some fish early. Got a couple of jerkbait fish, some brush hog fish, and some topwater popper fish. Pretty solid August day. I mean, it wasn't gangbusters by any means, but you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. You get the put some of these rods up before I go in, and you know, Chickamauga is a good big bass lake, but you don't catch big bass every time you go out. You don't even catch fish every time you go out, but they're in here. They're in here for sure. Yeah. And this guy. Oh man, I'm getting old. I would like to have got that one that just got off. That was a pretty decent fish. There. Kind of get everything situated before I get in, so I got less to do when I get out of the water. My little phone cooler did pretty good. Yeah, that was a jerkbait, Greg. That was a, I've been using a Megabass. I use Megabass jerkbaits pretty much exclusively. I think they're the best ones. That was a Megabass Vision 110 Junior. I like that one, and I like the 110. And then there's another one that they have that I'll use in the winter time called a Nanahan. I use a Nanahan plus one. It gets a little bit deeper and it's a little bit smaller. It's good. It's good up in the river. Like I said, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I appreciate everybody watching today. Greg, I don't know if you saw that, but it's a 110 Junior. I like the 110, the 110 Junior, and the next. I like the 110, the 110 Junior, and the next Nanahan plus one. I haven't caught on the next Nanahan yet. All right, I'm gonna ride on in, and I'll shut y'all off when I get to the bridge. right, everybody, thanks for watching. We'll see y'all next time, I hope.